time. Hi. It's time. It's time to continue on our adventure. Where did we leave off? I think it was right after the first day when we pointed out that Angel Star was a loser. But a hot loser. She's a hot loser. But a loser nonetheless, with a clear vendetta. Oh. It's time. Okay, let's move OBS over to this screen. Put that here. Having so many monitors is both a blessing and a curse. Oh, I just realized that there's something missing. Oh! That's not what I meant to do. No! No! Stop! Jeez. Okay. Oh, my buttons aren't on. Oh my god, I'm so unprofessional today. I'm gonna level with you. I didn't get out of bed until about 20 minutes ago. I woke up at 10, but I just laid in bed and watched YouTube videos, and, and then I had some Wendy's, and it was good. I got a good grilled chicken sandwich. It's okay. It's okay. This is fine. But what I was trying to find... Was it in the Genshin one? Yes, it is. Okay. There it is. Copy. Paste. Where is it? Why isn't it showing up? Okay, I'm gonna have to make a new one. Since I don't have a donation goal, I like having the recent activity thing up there, but it's not in this window, and when I copy pasted it, it didn't work. There we go. Doop, 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 doop. Come on. Come. I believe in you. I believe in me. Okay, we're so close. There, perfect. Okay, we're ready. Sorry, everybody. Highly unprofessional. But I never pretended to be a professional. Can't even speak English. Oh no, Emma looks so sad. Hi, Platinum. It's not centered. Whatever. It's gonna overlap a little and look a little I can just make it a little smaller. There. Perfection. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like, you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake, about to reach the surface. But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there. Pretty much. You're not gonna give her much faith, Phoenix. I'm pretty sure that's not how trials are supposed to be, Phoenix. Except today, we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently, she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon is a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin' at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come take a look and see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That's hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there? Oh, what is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief. Oh, could, not should. Okay. You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Hi, Capel. Hi. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all? Huh? I've seen that red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth seen it too, I'd reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime. Technically it was after the crime, but at the crime, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab that bull by the horns. And sometimes you gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I've got a bad feeling about this. He always has a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? Jello. If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! God, fucking Jake Marshall. I'd like to rizzle. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. Hi, Rubber Ducky. Hi. You're only a little late. I've only been streaming for like 14 minutes, not minutes, minutes. And in that time, a lot of it was me fixing my UI because I only peeled myself out of my bed very recently. I was awake, but I was just enjoying a nice lounging time watching my television, watching YouTube videos. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over. Your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecution is quite beside himself. Excuse me. Knock, knock? Is it Meekins? I bet it's Meekins. Who's there? Oh, no. Ah, it's Gant! He has a great song. What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura that seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey! The temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you! Oh, sorry I'm late, G. The roads were packed, it's just me. Long time no see, eh, G? How you been? Swim much these days? Oh, hello. I've been so busy. Is it just me, or does he have Yu-Gi-Oh hair? A little bit. He's definitely got a Yu-Gi-Oh beard. Busy, smizzy, G. My boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Oh, so you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little Worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly! Little Worthy? Like Werther's candies? Little Werther's candies? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Oh, yeah, chief of police. He has a cool, he's got a cool tie. His tie. It reminds me of Slayer from Guilty Gear. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant, Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. He really does like to stare into your soul for extended periods of time. That's not me. I'm not controlling that. That's scripted into the game. So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to the courtroom, hasn't it? Well, Worthy here. Well, it's Worthy here. Look at that poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed in But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's that? What's this? It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Objection! Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now, wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to... I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of the investigation. There's no mistaking that signature. That signature is there. No mistaking that signature is there. What? Oh, okay. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made.
This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words.
This is a kind of major blunder. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure. I'd like you to take a look at that the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor? I don't see why not.
Could you open it for me, I wonder?
I guess.
Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push the switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore.
Come on, just hurry up and open it.
Yep. Important problems.
What? Don't scare me like that.
I'm the one who's scared.
Look at this knife blade. Its tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood?
Switchblade knife added to the court record. This does not excuse the action of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife. Sure thing. Not a problem, not even a little one, really.
One moment.
I accidentally closed, well not closed, but minimized everything, so now I can't see. There we go. Oh, now I recognize him. You recognize him? Recognize him from what? This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it.
Ah, yes.
He's got a good clapping animation. Big... Where's my other hand? Big, boisterous clapping. Okay. Like that. There. Woo! Getting spooked by my own notifications. Yep. That's the sound of one hand clapping. Oh, God! I clicked.
That's hush-hush information, Najee. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Objection! Wait a second! You said 5:15! That's exactly the time that the Detective Goodman was killed by the prosecutors. At the prosecutor's office, not by the prosecutor's office. That would be impressive if a building killed somebody.
Or I guess it could have been like everybody in the building, but still, that'd be impressive.
Order, order, order! Anyway, we at the department were all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of the top of a little bit.
Today is a blah blah kind of day.
We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Really? This is as far as you got, so you don't know the ending of this case? The ending's really good. It's why I'm willing to play through the whole case. The ending is quite good. The knife is special, but I can't say how. Unless you have evidence to connect this knife to Goodman. Let's give the knife another look. SL92. I'm gonna save. Oh, okay. Okay, I was right. Wait a second.
Ah, at last, an honest-to-goodness objection!
This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? Ah ha ha ha! And honest to goodness, what do you mean from Gee, this is great!
Look at this tag on this knife. It reads SL9 too.
And this is important. Why?
Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim.
What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12, 2?
No. Your Honor, it's upside down.
Upside?
The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? I almost said see what you get, but it would have been the same thing. I shouldn't have even corrected myself.
Ah! Aha!
Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down.
SL9. That's the same thing that is written on this knife's tag. Order, order, Wild Chief! Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto.
I win? What game is this guy playing?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
So this knife was stolen?
Yes, but on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you see. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? You say, not you see. Okay.
It was evidence, you say. Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice, 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 nice. Good show, little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Tell me about this detective. On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot? Another detective was killed at the police station? Like the cinematic at the beginning with the two stabby stabs at the same time. Stabby stabs.
That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Dodgy?
I'm at a loss for words.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto.
I suppose I could help. If you help me by giving me data on your case?
Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
Where the victim was found, how the victim was killed, and when the victim died. He told us that the victim was killed. Like, it's gonna be how the victim was killed or where the victim was found. Yes. Yes, you spooked me. Oh, speaking of spooking me. I added a channel thing for 6K. You can get me to Ara. Speaking in hypotheticals, how long would you put pressure cooker chicken on cream? Okay, I'll deploy the RR after okay, let me think. It would depend on how big your chicken is. If it's like an average chicken breast, like the kind that you would use for like a chicken sandwich or something, probably 10 minutes. If it's one of the thick boys, it's gonna be like 14 or 15. But if it's one of the thinner ones, it's gonna be like 10. On high. In my opinion. High makes it go fast. You don't need to... I've never seen anybody suggest pressure cooking on low. No, I would go 10. I would go 10. I'm telling... If it's a thin boy, I would go 10. 10. 10. Do you not understand how pressure cookers work, double creature feature? Pressure cookers work. It doesn't matter how many you put in. It depends on the density of the meat, okay? The density of the meat. Okay, if you want tough meat, the longer you put it out for, the worse it's gonna be. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, the pressure cooker queen. Go! Do whatever you want! I don't care what you have to say! Anyway, where was I? Ah, yes! The Ara Ara regime!
Ara Ara.
That wasn't a great Ara Ara.
Ara Ara.
There you go. I gave you a better Ara Ara. I was so worked up about the pressure cooker that I poorly performed my first Ara Ara. It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes. It doesn't matter how many pieces you put in there. It matters. It doesn't matter how many pieces you put inside of the freaking thing. Just learn about pressure cookers if you're gonna use them. Learn about your pressure cooker. The average pressure cooker. Why is this what my stream is becoming? Okay. Oh, that doesn't zoom. No! I've broken everything. God damn it. I don't have a button for... Oh, now I have to fix it just because I was angry. Okay. The average pressure cooker clicks when you seal it. Is it 2? Okay. God damn it! Double creature feature got me all head up. Got me peeved! Anyway, I'm gonna go with where they were found. Okay, just do 10 minutes and make sure that you're 10 minutes, make sure that your pressure cooker clicks when it's sealed. Like, there's a little lock picture on most of them. At least mine has one. It's the Ninja Foodie. So just, you take the lid, you make it click, and when they're lined up, it'll be fine. And then you just make it so it's high pressure, 10 minutes. It takes a while to come up to pressure, so it'll be more like 20 minutes, sometimes 25. Okay. Back to the game. No more pressure cooker questions. This is the end of pressure cooker 15 minutes. And I will save my game. Why'd you tell me to get beamed on? Sure, you can blame me. You can blame me if your chicken comes out bad. And if it comes out good, I want praise. I want your tribute. I want your soul. You're giving me your soul. Your whole soul. It's mine. No, that's the deal. That was the deal for my help. The second that you asked for my help, the deal was that you were giving me your soul in return for it. So yeah, your soul is mine now. You don't get to say no. This is just how your life is gonna be now. I'll store your soul in my boobs. Anyway, so, tell me, where was the victim found?
Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department.
The evidence room? Wait a second. I have heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that that in his testimony just now?
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room.
And yes, never get in bed with a hellspawn if you expect to keep your soul, okay? There's always fine print. Just because you didn't read it doesn't mean that you didn't agree. I should put some fine print on my channel saying that, like, the moment that you lay eyes on it, I lay partial claim to your soul. And the longer that you watch, the more of your soul that I get. And if you subscribe, your soul is automatically mine. Forever. Yes. And it doesn't matter if somebody else subscribes for you. Your soul's still mine. That's still mine. My property. There's the connection. The connection between these two cases. I need to go look up like tiny font to put inside of my about section. You seem pretty happy, Mr. Wright. I'm having trouble with my high voices today. It's probably because I like slept for so long. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. That was me seeing how high I can feasibly go right now. I don't know why. Like, I'm assuming it's just because I didn't do any sort of vocal warm-up or anything, or like get out of bed. So now my voice is lower today. So I'm having trouble with Emma's voice. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Let's officially link it. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven.
You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is the place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Oh my god. Blah, blah, blah.
Not to mention, the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag.
And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence.
I only said coincidences for it to be a connection.
He's staring into my soul again.
You two make a good pair.
I think he just said that they should date.
It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim of the police department murder, is what I almost said. Okay. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet, and all.
Can we get the information unofficially?
Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Really? Who would have guessed?
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay?
If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything?
Well, case information is tricky stuff. You have to do everything properly.
Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. The victim's ID number.
Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number?
Oh, okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Why did I say that in Gant voice?
Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that.
Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all.
We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. 5842189.
Interesting that the person that was killed in one place was also killed at another place. Ha ha ha. Very interesting. Very interesting. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8 true. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? The ID number on the victim. Yes, it tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. No, I know. I have the ID. What the heck? Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you? It tells me that it's Goodman. Witness! What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing like you always do. The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have the police ID number here. A police ID number here. Oh ho! Is it yours? I'm not a police officer! No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman.
Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret.
Detective Goodman's ID number is 584-2189. Take a sip of water. And this means what exactly?
Huh?
Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right again! The number the chief of the police gave us was 584-2189.
Objection! Wait a second, Wright. What does this
mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 IDs are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that?
Oh, sharp as attack, Righto. Sharp as attack.
But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, Detective Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the same exact time.
Objection!
That's impossible.
So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location?
Order! Chief, what does this mean? No! What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm a prosecutor in charge, the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get flustered.
You need not get flustered would have been just as good.
Your Honor, The police department has made a grave error in this case.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't, Edgeworth. You sent away Meekins. You sent away Meekins yesterday.
Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news.
Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have I heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, sir, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce... I almost did it again. Bruce Goodman. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Gah! Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He does have a very large jaw, but a very small top of his head, so I'm gonna guess that his brain's itty-bitty. Small brain. He did seem challenged. He's also got cute big ears.
In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir! You could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then no such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. Ooh, get him! Sick burn! What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law?
Well, Mr. Wright?
Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court.
Ugh.
The connection was just proven by Wright over there. Good job, Wright, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job.
No.
No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. With all of those rumors. What with all of those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. And if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think there's been... I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned.
To be continued, blocked by my boob. Day 2 investigation. Time to investigate. Tasty water. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with this case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on?
The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5:00 p.m. on the 21st.
To be continued boobed. To be continued boobed.
He died in the prosecutor's parking lot in the police department evidence room.
and, not one or the other, and...
What's this and in the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well,
that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. Why is my hand stuck, like, what? Does it think my cup is my hand? It does. It thought that my cup was my hand. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Is she a mind reader? Can she see? Or is that supposed to be whispering? Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You ready to do some luminol testing? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water.
Emma's going to give us her rose-tinted glasses. My sister, erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. She really must be a mind reader. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? To test the blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find some blood stains. I don't have to press enter. I just gotta click. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, this is a blood stain? It's so... Ugh. Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. The perpetrator and the Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. She did blind us a little bit for science. I mean, look at all that blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they'd have to have been more blood than this. There'd have to have been. Hey, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna mark the floor plans where Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the sub, Mark 4 Warrior? Is that 4? But I'm just gonna call you Mark. Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Mark. Why doesn't it talk to me when people use, like, I should look into that. I wanted to do text-to-speech for, sub messages, too. Anyway. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find the bloodstain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy, too.
I saved up my allowance to buy that.
Luminol testing fluid received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit their view on the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Into the light of day. Same thing. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious.
Ha! I wonder how long that fluid of yours could react to a nice deli box. I wonder how, not how long.
Why, where did I get long? Why am I adding words?
I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box.
Miss Star.
You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house.
Sorry, it's just that kind of lead doesn't really get my mouth watering. Day old, yeah. Sup, hottie?
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
My apologies, Miss Star, but...
No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to say that. I'm sorry.
Sorry? You lied on a witness stand. That's unforgivable. Not just unforgivable. That's perjury. How is she here? How is she not locked up for perjury?
Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the event from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman.
I know this photograph was something important. It has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, a star?
Yes, it was a long time ago. About, well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, even when they faced me, oh my god, they coughed it up.
Coughed it up?
They confessed. They babbled like babies. They babbled like babies for mommy milkies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspects, suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case, the SL9 incident.
SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... She can be your angle or your devil. Morning angle. What do you think about this?
The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. And I suspect SL9 isn't over. Not yet.
Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Evidently not. She doesn't think. She doesn't think that she can do that. Okay. Maybe if I present the note too. No! She doesn't want to talk to us about the SL9 incident. That's very strange. It's strange that they would give me a prompt for it and then it doesn't show up.
I had one of those up until 2 years ago.
Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID here in this parking lot.
Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same idea as the man.
Oh, it's the same idea as the man who was killed at the police department.
That's impossible.
I wish I could be so sure. Okay, I guess I'll go somewhere else. Interesting that there's no blood in the rear of the car. Okay, I guess we're going somewhere else. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations.
I hope that's what he's doing.
I guess we'll have to come back. Okay. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine?
How is she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder?
Let's come back later. Just going everywhere. Zip-zooping around town. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Wait, I want to go to the evidence room. I'm going to go to the evidence room. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast, they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. She was literally just at a crime scene, though. What the heck? Well, whose office could this be? What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room? The crime scene? The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is this a guard? If this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. I do too. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to, it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be opened? She's a little dumb. I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Are they gonna play this game where I have to, like, find the prompt? This swinging door makes this place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch! I'd say it'd be more of a yerk myself. Ponchos? There's a security guard. That's not a security guard uniform. That's a poncho. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I wouldn't think just one big one would be... I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. I don't know how I feel about her calling her sister a cactus.
How so?
Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more of an attitude thing than a physical similarity. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check out who went in and out there. We've searched everything. Blah! No one's here! No one's anywhere! Except for her! And she doesn't want to talk to me about SO9! If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So, you went straight to the crime scene?
I rushed towards the chain-link fence in an effort to stop the murder. But that's when I took the photo, yes.
In other words, about 5 minutes after the crime?
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time.
That time? Will she talk to me about the SL9 case now? Oh, now she will. Jesus Christ. What?
That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable.
Disposable? To who?
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence.
So they didn't solve it?
On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed.
Executed?
Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. Cleaner. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. Doesn't get any Mr. Cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred.
What? But the criminal was executed, right?
On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job.
And you were one of those?
Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I.
You haven't forgotten SL9? Remember SL9?
There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us.
Wait, those lunches you sell.
There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate.
Miss Star's old boyfriends, how many does she have anyway?
Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence.
There has to be a connection.
So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case.
Yes.
Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat.
Steak lunch received from... Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, that doesn't look like a Salisbury steak, but okay. Steak lunch received from Miss Star. Lunch, not bento. Miss Star? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his going out?
Why do you want to know?
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then.
This would be when Jake Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall.
Now that was DL6. This is SL9, a different case. I was making a joke about it because it's the same naming convention. What is my hand doing right now? I don't have anything in front of me. Does it think that my mic is my hand today? It thought my mic was my hand. Everything is my hand. This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you! Detective Gumshoe.
Now, no need for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. You look so sad. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
Criminal? You mean...
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day that the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department?
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Well,
there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal that hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto.
He's always been a blabbermouth, and that's why he's not allowed on these cases, because, like, right now, he's in the doghouse because he's always blabbering to Edgeworth.
Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly.
Well, wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Question should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Let's go to the evidence room first. Or not. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now.
Things will just get more confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I wasn't perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, sir, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got a report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at this detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Hi, TTNB. I'm good. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir! Sir! Oh, I can hear you. Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Officer Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor, sir. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room! A suspicious person, sir! A suspicious person! Yow!
What the heck is that this guy doing? So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And then when I came to, I was here in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days? Might I ask what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir, so I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand? Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecution's office. First things first, tell us what you did to hurt your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do?
Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
The next thing you knew, you were, huh?
Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me the victim.
I wouldn't, I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that.
Ah, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the victim, Bruce Goodman?
Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none! Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir!
At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Officer Meekins, this is for you.
Eek! I'm scared of knives, sir!
It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at—
That's it! Sir, last night, sir, that's the one! I was an apple, sir, and in my dreams, sir, I was being peeled!
On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. He's really fun to voice. What a dork. Okay, Ba-da-da-da-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
Okay. I guess we have to go back to Meekins and figure out what he wants. Come on, Meekins, old boy. I'm just gonna present him everything. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with a matching badge. Nowhere. I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romances, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my attorney badge and a fashion accessory. Do you? Oh. I don't know. He's just a jerk. He's exasperated. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir! Nothing! I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is that you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the detective room. And that's why you thought... Oh, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to show me his ID. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir, and that's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID. What did he do? That's the thing! He suddenly pointed a knife at me! What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and I leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you, my own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that you were arrested? Oh, close enough. What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the detective whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show him his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if his body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I didn't say something along those lines, sir. I did say, not didn't. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me it had to be him, sir. On that day at that time, Detective Gumshoe was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. My crime, the crime I swore you see about. It's there, it's me, it's Latif. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go to check the crime scene. Now Officer Marshall should be there. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing in the Chief Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all? Mm-hmm. You know what it means if there's anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushions, behind his computer monitor, inside of his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does come up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief detectives look a little flustered. Righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Chief Gant! Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committing with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Well, yeah, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident at Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Von Karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their own turf, I mean. They're meaning the prosecutors, I assume. Some water. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all of our secrets just like that. And this is a particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all about hiding stuff, secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full time just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one who you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue.
They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item for him, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. I should really get back to investigating the police department or crime scene. Okay. I hate that they make you navigate like this in this game. Oh, permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room.
Now, Righto.
Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need anything investigation at all.
Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It just goes to show, you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, this is a detective's card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests. Don't go losing it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just like a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
She's trying to imitate Meekins.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay, we can go to the entrance, and then from the entrance we go to the guard station. And from the guard station, we inspect, and we look at the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader is turned off, see? What is it? What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partner. Well, well, what's made my Bambina's skies so gray?
Officer Marshall, what does it have to, why does it have to be him?
What's that? Why does it have to be him to look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
Well, we're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again.
While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions? Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Oh, we have to give him the lunch.
Sorry, Bambina. But I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed with a wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter, I'd say a little prayer.
What? Yeah, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh, What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. Okay. Okay, I'll give him his lunch. Quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Or through his chest cavity, depending on your feelings.
That smell reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. This is from my baby.
Yeah, Miss Star.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see!
I don't see. I wonder what this means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. Gorf, gorf, hum num.
Alright, Bambina. You win. Ask anything.
Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security in the evidence room, right?
You got a good eye. You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins is at the detention center told us.
That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us... Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know.
So, you were just... What were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway in the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system? Yeah, he's just like perpetually a cowboy.
I don't take to machines much. Kind of like that stewed broccoli that they sneak in next to your steak, you know.
Miss Star told us something. She said you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Star, aren't you? I, for one, am a fan of Westerns, so it's fine by me. I've never watched a Western, if you'd believe. The closest to a Western, the closest to a Western I've watched is humiliatingly, Wild Wild West.
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. It was our case. That's right, the evidence transfer.
Edgeworth was talking about that transferal too. Sorry, but could you explain this whole transferal thing? One moment. I have demons nagging at me. We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room.
They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happened to the what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in an underground vault in the county sheriff's department. And that's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
That's not how it works. I've watched enough Law and Order to know that's not how things work. And why are my hands? Where are my hands? That's not how things work. Hi, Knight. That's fine. I'll still be going for probably about another hour. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
I know what maybe 2 of those machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steak. The easiest ones to understand are these secure security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of these tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard, and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go in the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader
by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through.
So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that.
Huh? That was a suspicious one. All those 7s up top. That's a special one.
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to this stabbing. 7777777777777. See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID card record again. Look, the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID, sir. Well, you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID. What did he do? That's the thing, he suddenly pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this to other people with IDs here. Bum, 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 bum. But first, let's go to the evidence room. I'm thinking somebody did steal his card because we found it at the other parking lot. It's quiet. Too quiet. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So, this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Well, look who it is. Whoa! Did you just slap me? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto. Please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me for $50, I'd give them $50, no problem.
I know where this is going.
Go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So the chief of police, Gant, will loan anyone $50? Even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today?
Boss for a day.
Boss for a day?
But guess what? You got permission from the chief of police, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room plans.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
He's got no underlings.
Even I have underlings. It's you guys. You guys are my underlings. I think my hands are smudgy. Let's recenter and clean them. Yeah. Hands. You're my imps. Do you not want to be my imps? I mean, I can get rid of you now if you want. I'm all for consuming some souls. Demons love to consume souls.
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again.
I'm adamant though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, I'm a detective after all.
They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open?
This place is more high-tech than you think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can get lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd ID card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock to each locker is coded with the fingerprint.
Me. Aw, he's got a picture of Maggie in his locker.
You think he's sweet on Maggie? Oh, that's so cute. Maggie and Maggie and Gumshoe OTP. He got you crush on Maggie.
Wait, have we not met Maggie yet? So he has a picture of Maggie in here before we meet Maggie? Oh, that's even cuter!
Oh my god! That's so adorable! Ah! So the only locker we can open is ours.
Or is that Meekin's off? Like, somebody's crushing on Maggie. Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get shocked. If that's what happened, my hand would be blank and my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks here aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't even know about the fingerprint locks. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case.
Detective Goodman's note. And that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would the evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there was some loose ends left on that case.
Sure, talk to me about it.
Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill.
Rumors about forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was that last job he did. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was a detective in charge of the SL9 incident, you see.
So that switchblade knife. The detective took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Okay, we already know this. Oh, no, no, no! Okay. I guess we examine things now. Hello? There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. Bet he could tuck it in his shirt under that trench coat either. He couldn't tuck it in. Blah, blah, blah. I guess if you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right to their face, pal. What's this? Blood? Hey, this was opened a few seconds ago. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! What if there's another bloodstain left in this room? We could use her testing fluid to find out. A glove. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go again, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Okay, okay. Let's get out the tasty fluid. Let's get out the Sunny D. Knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. Okay, so yeah, he has a picture of Maggie in his locker. That's adorable. Oh my god. Gumshoe Maggie OTP. It's yours? Please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I didn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pal? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Please, believe me, you can't trust the police, he says as a police officer. What? But you're a detective. Whoa, that's a lot of blood. Spicy. This must have been a massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, well, you shouldn't have asked. Your opinion was dumb. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. The locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprints. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. He's got a point. It's empty. They must have taken the contents out somewhere else. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all this, to make all of these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, you perhaps? There you go again, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan!
That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece from the SL9 incident. Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces here. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before. Oh my god. Okay. Whoosa. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before they were broken. You want to try and put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry on a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like it's the bottom, so let's try putting the rest in place. Everybody ready to play a puzzle game? This is the wrong piece. I don't see anything that has that pattern. Yeah. Oh, maybe this? Aha! Okay. Okay. No, I want to combine it. Okay. What? That looks perfect. We got this. I'm a smart girl. No, I'm not a smart girl. It was all a lie. That's a big chunk missing. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen?
I guess they were missing to begin with. Still, this doesn't look like the most stable This doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
Wowder. I kind of understand how it got broken. Okay. Okay, this is just gonna be saying him, yeah, I have nothing to say about this, blah 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 blah. No, no, no! Dang. I thought Gant would be here. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir? He's passing the buck to Mr. Passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Okay. Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No thanks. No, but thanks. I am a master detective, yes. She didn't even look at it. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this.
We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing.
I knew it! That's what the secret is to their aroma. Exquisite! The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Okay, yep, that's fair. I'm gonna save. It's been a while. No. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors.
So it was Goodman who came in here at the time. Whoa! What is it? The second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth!
What?
The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth!
What?
ID card record updated. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? That's a plot twist and a half. Let's go talk to Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe he'll be there now. He's not. I can see why Eurexia needed a guide. Okay. now that it's been updated, will it let me present it? No, he still has nothing to say to me. Clearly, Gumshoe, Maggie, and Edgeworth are a throuple. If I present it again, will it be any different now that it's been updated? You take a look at this, blah, 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 blah. Nope, nope, it's still the same. Fissure beacons, no look to consider. You know what? Let's talk to Emma. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should know. Go do that thing. Oh, so helpful. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man be in two places at once? Blah, blah, blah. I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're not. You're useless. Super useless. I am flummoxed. I am stumped. I don't know. I am confusion. I am perplexed. Like, all I can think is that I need to talk to Edgeworth, but he's not in his office. Maybe if I go and inspect his office, he'll show up. A work desk, but we already did all of this before. The first day. Okay, I don't think this is gonna work. Flummoxed. What must I do? That's it. I have to look up a guide. This feels dirty. I don't like this at all. I don't want to use a guide. I want to figure it out on my own. Like a big girl. I like how people are loitering in these spots until you advance the plot. Yeah, seriously. They're just there until we figure out what we're doing wrong. And you only know if something is going right if something changes. Ah, maybe, this? No. You're killing me. You're killing me. You're actively murdering me. Actively murdering me. Yeah. Where? Ah! Sorry, that was loud. Yes, he does have an entire evidence locker in his back pocket. All I can think is that we've missed something, and it's not telling us. So, like, if it's not something obvious, the only other thing I can think is, okay. I found something. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to have touched this spot, as he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey! What's that that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too! I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief! Where'd you get it, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot down this on the floor plan. Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be doing? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be... Okay, there we go, we figured it out. Oh hey look! It's the restaurant from the next game too! It might help you, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see Edgeworth. What Edgeworth has to say too. Okay. What a thing to get stuck on. Of course it was the fucking luminol. All I could think was, okay, if it's not something that I can visibly see, it's gotta be the freaking luminol. Ugh. Okay, we've progressed.
What are you doing here? Guess, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave, so long.
Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? How bougie. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am.
By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
Yes, he brought me that latest report. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Let's just cut to the chase. Oh, right, I'd better check this out. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
Why? Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't look at me like that.
I
was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted me to bring evidence for the case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with this current case.
Now I'm curious about the other case. I'd better make a note of it.
Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court records.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
So, how did the inquiry go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Are you okay with the trial tomorrow? For the trial tomorrow.
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. Oh my god.
However, something happened?
They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of the police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Dot, dot, dot.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea.
Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in very polite manner. A very polite manner, A.
Whose side are you on anyway?
Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some sort of reaction out of him. Evidently, that's not my best evidence. I've already given him that. Whoa! Whoa! He had a reaction!
You were the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
You must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Welcome back, Nano. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant.
That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then.
He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than usual. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I'd let him go, the blood would have been on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't...
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything within my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully.
You could say he'd do anything for love, but he won't do that.
By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science.
Well, huh? Yes, of course. Why just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid, Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints?
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Edgeworth, I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? He's got a point. Let's have a sip of water.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Look who's gone. Look who's gone. that means that we've advanced. Our investigation has turned up some suspicious handprints. Here is the blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use his secret weapon. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Ka-chink, ka-chink, ka-chink. Right. Well, let's get started. First, choose a fingy. A fingy? Each fingy leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the fingy that will have left the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a fingy. But there's a smudge there that's clearly finger-shaped. Fine. Okay. Now let's take this. Oh my god. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me know how it's done. Emma's starting to get the sparkle in her eyes. Did she actually say, let me tell you how it's done? Oh my god. My brain is fuzzy today. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With enter, see? No, by clicking. Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E. Exciting, I know. On the DS version, you had to actually blow into the microphone. Fun fact. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything, like cocaine. Because it looks like cocaine. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Lay it on thick there. You gotta powder your surface before you roll out your dough, you know. Aha! You did it! You found one! But it looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. The person was wearing gloves. Out of luck? The person who left the handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigation. But it does seem like a shame. While we're here, why don't we go looking for other prints? Dun dun. It was Edgeworth all along. Wait, I have the perfect sound effect for this. Give me a sec. Clearly, it was Edgeworth because he wears gloves. I can't imagine snorting aluminum powder would be a good time for your sinuses. Looking at the locker door again closely. Yeah, I told you there's another smudge. Let's just say recently, I watched from the first episode of SVU all the way to it being caught up. So, yeah. I love SVU. It seems like there are fingerprints outside of the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Lay it on thick there. One, two, 3. A fingy print. But evidently, I didn't lay it on thick enough. It wants more here. And here. Okay, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? It's quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left this print. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably oh, it's gumshoes. Don't have anything to do with this case. So those prints would most likely be the person that owns the locker. Yes, it's gonna be Gumshoe. Gumshoe. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there are always next time. Sometimes you hit something and you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Check it out. What other things do I have on the soundboard? I have the Roblox oof. Ooh. Ooh. and I have air horns. And I have Mia Fey saying objection.
Objection!
And take that. And Francisca Von Karma saying objection.
Objection!
And Mia Fey saying hold it.
Hold it!
My favorite is this one though. This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There goes her eye sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using the chemicals. Yeah, that's fair. Any prints in the area will also have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of this hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones that were left by the bloody handprint. Let's get it all over here. Pretend we're baking a cake. It's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake. If the way is haze... Oh no! Ah! As I was saying, it's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake. If the way is hazy, gotta choose the cooking by the book. You know you can't be lazy. Never use a messy recipe. The cake will end up crazy if you do the cooking by the book. Then you'll have a... And then little drawing comes. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Whose fingy is this? Whoa? I'm a great blower. I'm an expert blower. Fantastic at blowing. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different for the from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. And he's wearing fingerless gloves! What's the point of wearing gloves if they're fingerless? Why you gotta be such an edgy boy? But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. It was Jake Marshall all along. Did I not actually just save? Oh, I did, okay. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how did it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I am as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what that means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Congratulations on one final package, Eurexia. Just one more. Bang. Bum, bum. The court is now in session for the trial of Miss Luna Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes
30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecution's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Just poof, gone. Maybe he's Kitty Pryde. Maybe he went through the wall. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial.
One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder of at the police department.
I might grab some Uncrustables. I'm a little nibbly. I haven't eaten in like 5.5 hours? 5.5 to 6 hours? A nibble might be required. We'll see.
Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that Edgeworth, oh my god. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. God. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait.
Very well.
Oh, very well. Let the trial resume.
There might be some planted evidence. I wouldn't put it past everybody. Also, the rumors of tampered evidence and stuff that Edgeworth has been going through, if it's rooted in the SL9 case, his first case, and the police department planted evidence to get the serial killer put away, it just feels like, I feel like that's what's gonna happen, and it wasn't actually Edgeworth's fault. He didn't know that he was using tainted evidence.
On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired in the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness for the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
It's Meekin's time.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir. My occupation is that would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us that you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we do,
Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
The sirs are brushing off on everybody.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime and
Consider that an order.
If this was my witness, I'd punt him into space. Yeah, that's fair.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm.
I wouldn't want to touch this motherfucker. He's some kind of inhuman monstrosity. I don't know. I think he's just a bit daft. I think he just needs a pat on the head and a juice box and to be told to go on his merry way.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and I rushed into the room.
He doesn't have a lack of a spine. It was right there. He rushed into the room. That's a spine. He's just a dork.
I was only doing what I was trying to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life and then I did it. After that, I passed out until the other officer smacked me awake.
He's so tall, but so narrow.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's what the Mika's family motto is, sir.
I see. And you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more information to work with. Actually, let's see. Why was he assigned that day? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? God damn it. Sometimes when I'm clicking the game, I like click just a pixel too far and it goes onto my other monitor and then it minimizes. It's annoying.
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes, now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir.
I'm here to eat your brains. My name is the Blue Badger, and I feast on brain matter. He reminds me of a bit of Officer Kikuchi in Yakuza 0. I've never played Yakuza. I kind of want to, though.
It was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see.
Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, I see. That's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man.
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see, huh? But the number 4989596, 956, 596, I was right the first time, is shown as being used twice.
Please explain yourself, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time was when I went to go and get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during the second time when...
Who let this guy have a blowhorn in court? That's a good question. Maybe it makes him feel better. Maybe it's like his version of a like security blanket or a therapy dog. It's his special blowhorn. His special megaphone. Ah, Neno said the same thing. His emotional support bullhorn. Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do. I was suddenly attacked. They let people carry in a bunch of crazy shit. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I saw an article about a woman that had a peacock on a flight as an emotional support animal. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir, a knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person who someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him.
Whoa! Whoa! The mental image of this beanpole just going, whoa!
That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by the collar.
Yeah, Von Karma's daughter does have a whip, and then, like, later on, frickin' Prosecutor Blackwell has a falcon! They just let him take a falcon in! And a katana! And he's, like, in jail! Like, Prosecutor Blackwell is in shackles because he's technically in jail while he's a prosecutor, even though he's, like, still prosecuting. So they let him have a katana whilst in jail, whilst being a prosecutor on the stand. Yes, Godo brings coffee and he throws it at you and scalds you. What else? I think that's it. In one of the, like, I think the last one that came out, Spirit of Justice, the, spoilers chick has a fan and she, like, taps it in a really hot way. She's so hot. Oh my god, I have a huge crush on her. She's fucking amazing. Can't wait to get to that one. What exactly do you mean when you say did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Oh god. Fucking Meekins. I see. He must have been desperate. There's something to be said about him closing his eyes, quote-unquote, like a man. God, I can only imagine what he would be like if somebody hit on him.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer who woke him up, the witness woke up the witness. It was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gat delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief? Delivered it?
What is that? A videotape? Looks like a bar of chocolate to me. Tasty. Let me have some.
He's always eating.
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
My name is Cream. If you're gonna make that pun, I should be called VOD. Cause my name is Cream. You can't remove cream from cream. I'm Cream. Silly arcade. Ham cheese, yes. Gosh, now I want a ham and cheese sandwich. Oh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us this video of you murdering the victim.
Yes, I am Mommy. The eternal mom. If I claim your soul, I suppose I can be your mom.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. I want to go to Dave and Buster's. I want to go to Dave and Buster's. I want tasty treats and to play Guitar Hero. Why don't I get to go to Dave and Buster's?
I've only been once. It was fun. I went once when I visited New York City. So many lights, so much stinky sewer air. A video of a real murder. What are we getting ourselves into? Look at these fancy graphics. Fucking Meekin skulking. Love how the flag conveniently fucking covers his face. There he is with his megaphone. The weirdest thing happened when I visited New York City. This random guy walked up to me and was like, "You want the rest of this pretzel?" And I was like, "No, I don't want the rest of your pretzel. I'm not accepting half-eaten food from a stranger on the street."
And he was like, "Whatever, was just trying to be nice."
No, I'm not eating your stinky half-eaten pretzel. Get out of here. You want to offer me a pretzel? Buy me a fresh pretzel. I'm not surprised that somebody offered you $20, offered to blow you for $20. That seems like a very Vegas thing. I will draw a caricature. I'm stretching. Give me a second. I will draw a caricature of you for $20. No, I won't. Like my sketch prices are like. I think the last time that I took sketches, they were like $35, $40, between like 35 and 50. I can't remember. I don't take commissions very often. It's weird because I don't take commissions very often. I'm in this situation where it's like, how much money do I have to get to be willing to take commissions, since it's not my primary job? So it's just like, where is that bar where the time investment is worth the amount of money that I'm going to get? Because it takes away from the time that I'm spending on like my work. So it's a very weird gray area. That's why I have so much trouble figuring out my commission prices. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? Yes, the blue badger does cause unsettling feelings. It is fucking horrifying.
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the blue badger, sir.
Time is money, friend. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Keeping it real. Safe travels. I played a goblin in World of Warcraft for a really long time, so like all of their dialogue is burned into my head. Not enough mana. I need more mana. I'll never be able to equip that.
In the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
It's not okay with me. I mean, both is good, but I saw something in that video that was very sus. That's just my opinion.
The mystery man.
That thing looks nothing like a badger. I agree. Nope, it's his chin. It's his half of a pentagon chin.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir.
It was not. It was not. Don't lie. Don't fucking lie.
I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do.
No. Well, yeah, he is like a beat cop. He's like a baby cop.
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
No. A glove fell down. I'm pretty sure a glove was blocking the sensor so he could get inside. Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. Time is money, so you give us some money. I wish I could do a Meatwad voice. I can only do Goblin. I'm gonna have to figure out a We'll see if I do an accent for Franziska, or if I just go foolish fool who dreams foolish dreams. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Goodman.
No, you're lying. I know the truth. I've seen it with my eyes.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with a contradiction. That's where to start. The contradiction is that anybody could have opened that locker. Anybody. Did you guys see it? Or was it only me? Did you? I can show you. You ready? Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the badger in the inventory staring at you, just hard grilling. I would zoom in, but I didn't set up zoom ins for this pose. So just pretend I am. I'm just peering at you. The man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection! Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out. Well, I can point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape.
I was reading. I don't know the quote, but I know Meatwad, and that sounds like something Meatwad would say. I have to point out the problem with the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. And I think it's like the last time. It's set up so you can fast forward and rewind, blah blah blah. Yeah, just tell me how to do it.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? He's a baby police officer.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates that this man is not Detective Goodman?
Okay, backspace. Right there! You see it? Ignore the blue badger. Ignore him. You see the contradiction? It's already opened. You can't see anything. Oh, yes, Eurexia isn't home yet. Well, the light for it was on. This thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
That's fair. I didn't know that there was an audio-only version of the stream. Didn't know that was something you could do. That's neat.
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this.
When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprints if it's a match.
Maggie! Maggie! Maggie's here!
The light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. This takes forever. I am so over this song too. Notice the light?
Watch this, it's already lit!
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
What?
He's ready to crack your skull. He's ready to throw some bows. He's ready to punch some people. He's ready to attack. He can protect or he can attack. But always, your brain is a snack. Because he eats brains.
Order, order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered.
And the locker is automatically locked. Unless there's a glove in the way?
Oh, I know! It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensors would have detected and reported any malfunction.
Oh well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut.
Man, Judge has a point. Novices should keep their mouths shut. I'm reminded of people, like, saying stupid stuff. Like, the first thing that comes to mind is every single time I've ever been told anything to do with commission prices, like your prices are too expensive. But people don't take into account the amount of time that it takes to draw things, or the amount of time that somebody spent honing their craft to get as good as they are. So of course the prices are more.
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see... Yeah, it's gotta be the glove. It's gotta be. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor, like a rubber glove? A rubber glove from the SL9 case that was right there? There's something that seems to be out of place in the video. Yeah, I thought so too. Yep, I see plenty of people complaining about the cost of custom art. They seem to think that... Yeah, a lot of people, especially with digital art, people are under the impression that it's not like work. Like, it doesn't take time. And it's one thing I really like about streaming. You can see the amount of time and effort that goes into things, getting it to look right. Or how long I'll sit there fiddling with shading to make it look perfect. Stuff like that. But people that aren't artists, I certainly don't hate on them for not knowing. But it's just like I don't know the intricacies of what it takes to be an electrical engineer, you know? And yes, we have to watch this video a lot, so prepare. Ah, yes. Gotta love doing the same line about 60 times. I've slowly decided to be a little rougher with my line work because it's just like I don't know if I have it in me. When I started, I used to do the cleanest line work, and I swear, like, I have a pinched nerve in my arm, in my like elbow, and it causes some pain every so often. But it was never pinched to the point that it's like an ulnar nerve entrapment, but it was never pinched to the point where they decided that it needed an operation or anything. And it just sort of flares up every so often due to like swelling or whatever. And I'm 99% sure this is because of the fact that when I like for the first 5 or 6 years of my like consistent work schedule where I was taking commissions, I did the cleanest line work and redid things over and over to make it look perfect. And I'm pretty sure this caused injury. It's okay. Like, I know it's an ulnar nerve entrapment because it causes pain on the outside of my arm and like my side pinkies, and sometimes it'll be like a little numb. And it's like a joint thing of doing that over and over again. And also I used to sleep with my arm tucked under my pillow. I had it checked out like 3 times. They shoved needles in my arm and were like, yeah, do all the things. And every time they were like, oh, it's not coming up with anything. So I just came to the conclusion that was just going to be a thing. Be careful. If that's how you sleep, be careful. There is a chance that you could get an ulnar nerve entrapment. So like, now I'll still sleep with my arm under my pillow, but I go out of my way to make sure, like, come on, hand. Instead of it being like an L shape with my arm, I try to put it under my pillow and keep it outstretched. Luckily, I have a very wide bed. Yeah, I thought so too. Now that we're done with that tangent. I have minor carpal tunnel rest from drawing so much in high school. Yeah. I also possibly have some carpal tunnel-y issues. I've had to start doing stretches because I was getting pains in like my palm. Like in the nervy areas and like the tendon areas in my palm. And I had to go to like physical therapy for it, and they taught me a bunch of stretches. That's just life as you get older with being an artist, though. Like, it's just gonna be something that happens eventually. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage. Bang. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the code. Oh, didn't even let me fucking... Okay. Okay, fast forward. Glove. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. At least they have the good sense to make it not, like, play the music right now. Like a glove. Oh, what's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. We can't be sure that the item was completely inside of the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggered the lock when the sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Do we really need to watch it again? Is this necessary? Is this truly necessary? We just watched it. We know. This white thing wasn't... Oh, this white thing wasn't inside the locker. I mean, that is court, though. Yeah. Yeah. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir.
Oh my god, he's a freaking mess.
Instead of the door closing, my tie just...
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical current. It would need to be an insulator.
Like a rubber glove.
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something like that, something that fits that descriptor.
But sir, by insulator, look, everybody's cutting him off. Gosh, I think I finally got this figured out. I had this figured out from the beginning. What are they talking about? I already know everything that's happening with the case. They're just... Okay, they're making me take forever with this. But I already know. Please.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker?
Like a glove? Hit you with it? You want me to put some brand new flavor in your ear? You want me to smack down these facts? Okay, so he goes in. The glove lets him go in. He's getting all of this evidence. Meekins sneaks up on him. He attacks Meekins. He puts his hand on, I don't know whose handprint that is with the blue badger. It's somebody else because he wasn't wearing gloves. So we'll forget the blue badger handprint, the handprint behind the blue badger on Gumshoe's thing. That's part of the case, but not right now. The thing right now is the bloody handprint that was on the last area thing. Now, it was clearly opened. If you look at the video, between the beginning and the end of the video, there's something sticking out at the end of the video, but there's not something sticking out at the beginning, meaning that somebody opened that locker, and the only person that could have opened that locker, because the light was off at the time, was the person that owns it. And my assumption is the person that owns it is Jake Marshall, because it was Jake Marshall's fingerprint on the locker. Bang! Jake Marshall is the one that attacked Meekins. Big brain. Biggest brain. Brain as big as my hair. Let's go. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in...
No, we can, because it's an SL9 incident fucking lock. Judge, you're dumb. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict a victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir!
Order! Order! Order!
He is very tall. That is a tall man with very skinny ankles. How does he stay upright? And his head is like as big as his megaphone. Look at his tiny hands. On average, when you're not an anime character like me, your hands should be as big as your face. Anime characters have tiny hands. But like, not usually the dudes. He's like, I feel like he's like 6'7".
So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
My hands are being weird today. How? Oh, wait, it's Japan. So he's really tall for a Japanese person. 6'2" makes sense.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What? Is it Jake Marshall?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this. No.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir! Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony. Here's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card he
Filled out this halfway, but he didn't know his ID number because he'd lost his card. The item he lost was his ID card. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Oh, wait, that's the wrong voice. What was I doing? What the heck?
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
No, he didn't.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too.
Although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right. I see. Now, let us move on with the cross-examination.
Let's move on with exposing the lies. Gotcha!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say the crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this paper. This report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather a man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim... I just realized what this means. By proving that this isn't Goodman, we're effectively losing the other case and proving that Lana Skye killed somebody. Unless we then prove that Lana Skye killed nobody at the time of the murder and that he died at a different time. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well.
Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Ratchworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant used the murder weapon. I knew that testimony was too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered.
I could go for some coffee. Maybe I'll order an iced latte.
Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, we have to do something, or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to take myself out of this mess? Object. Oh, a strawberry banana smoothie sounds good too. One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murderer. Here we go, watching this video again. It's so slow. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in this case. Or in the parking lot. Blech. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, we're gonna be ending soon. Man, why do we always get stuck with the hot chick's little sister? What? You spooked me. I mean, yeah, the first one, the hot chick's dead. Now the hot chick is potentially a murderer. It's the worst.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated.
We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor?
The defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name.
No, the other motherfucker. Well, to be fair, there is another motherfucker from Texas, if I recall. But that doesn't come till later.
Not till later. Before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would like to testify, I see in your XD made me laugh.
What is his name? It's Jake Marshall!
Officer Jake Marshall, what did I say?
Why him?
As I dance. I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Unfortunately, he works in the police department.
Oh, fortunately, not unfortunately.
We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? Words are tough. Words are hard.
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess. We go until there's a to be continued. So we're gonna probably finish the Jake Marshall part and then be done. Cause boy, I'm hungry. Oh my god. I have some Cheetos. Let's open this bag of Cheetos. I'll eat 5 Cheetos. 1, 2, 3. Yep, invisible Cheetos in my hand. They're right here. 4, 5. Nyum. Where's my chip clip? Invisible Cheeto bag. 5 Cheetos to tide me over. No. They're the crunchy kind. I like crunchy Cheetos.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured out everything. I haven't figured out anything. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I don't know. I know.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You are. You are. You definitely are.
Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty.
And to top it all off, you call me here. I've been happier. I've seen happy people. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, detective.
Words, they're hard. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh ho, you mean this right here?
My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon.
Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor. I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were the witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murderers. Okay, let's look at it. Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. And the case was being held in an area that is devoted to murders and violent crimes involving police department, like police officers. Could it be that Neil Marshall is related to Jake Marshall? Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana and Emma Sky. Investigative Task Force, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigators, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Oh, what? Now what if I brought you now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? Oh, wait. What? My name is in there? I don't know. Unless... No. It couldn't be. Lana, this SL9, is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
Joe Dark, no. No, Lana! It's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta go somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Wow, bailing. Joe Dark, Angel Sky, Damon Gant, and Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to these killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I'd better take a good look at this file. We already did that. Oh, it's a to be continued. But I couldn't want to do the next part. Okay. Would you guys be opposed to me taking a snack break before I continue? Because I kind of want to keep going. Something more substantial. Like, I think I got some goldfish crackers. And I can go get some Uncrustables and let them thaw. We can have a little picnic. A little mukbang. Get a few snacks. Be little gremlins together. Everybody else can go get a snack while I get a snack. Don't forget to hydrate. Get some water. Okay. Let me take off my hands. I do. I have a be right back screen. It looks just like my starting screen. See, boop. Let's turn on. Let's turn on some nice music. I'll give you guys some Ragnarok Online music while I'm away. It'll be short. A brief intermission. Enjoy. Okay. I've returned, and I found a tiny microwave pizza, which sounds like the perfect thing to stave off my hunger. Yay, tiny pizza. So I'm cutting it in half, so I will have an easier time eating this tiny pizza. This is some spooky music. I want happy music. Good enough. Welcome home. Oh gosh. That literal like 3 minutes that I was gone made the viewer count go from 22 to 13. That's okay. Three minutes. Ah. Ow. I hadn't eaten in a really long time. Don't worry, I'll make it fast. Yum, yum, yum. I appreciate those that stayed. Yum, yum, yum. Ow! I got cheese on my boob. Yum, yum. It's so hot. So how are you all doing today? I hope you're all having a lovely Saturday. I used to work on weekends, so I know how that is. I'm looking forward to Pokemon and Snap and Mario Kart tomorrow too. I hope that a lot of you can make it. No. That sounds quite tasty, Knight. Ah, if you need any help trying to figure out how to do the mechanics in Mario Kart, I can help you out a bit, Rubber Ducky. I'm okay with doing that. I've loved Ryogawa for years. Oh my god, I squealed so hard when I saw that he sketched me. Ah, it was amazing. Like, it was crazy. I never thought that he would have picked me. I'm glad that he liked me enough to pick me. I hope I can get a commission from him someday. Ryogawa's amazing. Did you guys see it? I'll link it. It deserves more praise. No, not paste. Copy. I'm probably going to retweet it again because I realized I forgot to put my fan art tag in it. It's really good. I love it so much. Like, it made my day. For dessert, I have a Little Debbie birthday cake stick. And then we'll be back to playing the game. It's basically just a zebra cake, but in stick form. Okay. We're ready. It's time. Let's get back to what we were doing. And turn this off. Okay. Extra long stream today just because I want to get to the Jake Marshall part. It was a bit of an edge, wasn't it? It was a bit of an orgasm denial moment. They give us all this information, let us come to this conclusion, and then we were like, oh, but you don't get to do that till next time. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Look. The witness, please state your name and occupation. Everybody ready? Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trails of civilization. Maybe he's drinking apple juice. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. I see. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. The day that the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Marshall's, like, just smacking down some insults, huh? But also, he doesn't know about the fingerprint lockers.
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful.
He's not good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
No, I don't want to look at it. I want to present it. Oh, that was wrong. Whoopsie doodle. Okay, let's not get ahead of myself. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
Whoopsie doodle. Yep. Whoopsie daisy. You interred them?
Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
Neato bandito burrito, you mean?
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, I felt like I was erasing part of my life.
That's dark. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Yeah, seriously.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
No desperados I know join the police the police force. I almost said police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime...
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in that evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
Interesting, since your fingerprint was there. How does this guy avoid being fired?
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway.
You used to be a detective, so you've used evidence rooms in the past, right?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down.
What were you doing at a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti.
Mom, spaghetti!
Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's
Vongole? Vongoli? Vangioli? Vingoli?
Vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Maybe he was eating ramen.
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says,
Did you not want to race this year?
he's got a point.
I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, I'd say it's time I hit the trail.
Out of ammo, Officer Marshall.
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, so I have a credit card up my sleeve, but I best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I'd better get up the ante. Okay. Where's his fingy print? Bang bang! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my prints would be in there.
Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an
explanation, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Bloodstained fingy prints. Fingies.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the handprint, the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with this.
Brace yourselves. Oh, it doesn't play the music. Okay. Why wouldn't it let me fast forward now? Okay, he was wearing gloves. That means he took them off. Okay, then Eurexia, I'll allow you to watch it. Since you weren't watching earlier. Luckily, you're seeing it without the music. Wow, such graphics. Wait a second. It had to be him because he opened the door and he had to take off his glove to open the door. Okay. Although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
I know who 777777777 is, but I'm not gonna say. We'll know soon. The witness may now cross-examine the witness may now cross-examine the witness. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Bum bum. Like I said, the only natural. How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found by on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
That would mean the murderer was wearing gloves. Happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let him squirm out on this one. I have to find something decisive. I'm gonna save. Oh, that's wrong. Well, I'm completely lost then. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be the locker. It was one or the other. Okay. I don't want to look at it, I want to present it! No, it's not the locker either. I guess I'll just go till I die. Nope, that's me dead. Okay, now you get to see the fail scene. I guess I should probably press everything. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. The defense has failed to give us court sufficient prosecution claimed. This court finds defendant Lana Sky guilty. Our first failure. Okay. We're gonna press everything. The old-fashioned way. Okay, let's start from the very beginning. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock after the lock all this time without even knowing it. Aha!
Are you starting to get the picture now, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape.
So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise.
Okay.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going to with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
I think that was a smoking gun. First press.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
What? But that's what was updated. Let me save again. I think it's the evidence locker if it's not that, even though that's what was updated. So, first, I'm going to press him on this. Just to be safe. What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me down to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection! But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for this speculation, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence that in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Show evidence. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistakes.
It's gonna be the white cloth hanging out the bottom.
Okay. Fast forward.
I want to eat your brains. Ah. My name's the Blue Badger and I want to eat your brains.
Voila!
Bringing your attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out of it. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Perjury! Perjury everywhere! Rampant with perjury!
Hold your horses, partner. But you got... Sorry, hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That don't mean I'm the one who opened it.
He doesn't know.
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in there. It's not my fault it happened to be. He chose mine. Why is everybody staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
He doesn't know. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. That's what I said. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only one who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it.
Now we show him the locker.
Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks at all.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Was he just chewing on beef jerky?
No!
Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself!
If this is a joke.
It is beef jerky. Or leather. I can't tell.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Well, yeah, every character has their own breakdown animation on the stand, generally. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Oh, yes.
Grrr.
Olay! Please answer the question!
What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in this evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright.
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Bada bing!
Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. The kind that someone bites down on when they... Man, I could go for some beef jerky. I haven't had beef jerky in a while. A long while.
But that's preposterous! Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me!
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card.
Oh, I get it!
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say, Officer Marshall?
Grrr. You've got quite the imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it?
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
You like my Marshall voice? I just imagine, what would somebody sound like if they had a mouthful of chewing tobacco?
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I mean, look inside the locker, right? What did he stuff in there? I believe he stuffed his Marshall getup. I mean, his Goodman getup in there.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ugh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've turned into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. AKA, look inside of his locker.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered at a later date.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed...
Do people in the U.S. Some of them. You see it more in the South, especially in like they definitely do in Texas. I have a friend that was working in Texas for a while. You see him on ranches a lot, but like not all of America by any means. Yeah, it's a Southern thing.
He opened his locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this white piece of cloth?
It's his Goodman getup. Perhaps the videotape is the key to our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot.
Very well. Let's take another look at this security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us what the witness was putting in the locker.
Brains, I want to eat all your brains. I'm gonna wait until after he was stabbed, just to be careful. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what to do what. And entered the evidence room, though I don't know what end yet. However, something's unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. So I was right to wait until it got bloody.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
Alright. It seems the time has come.
Push the button. World, the time has come.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins to... I was doing so well. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So, the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found at the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Well, he didn't say no one was murdered. He said no one was murdered at 5:15.
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
Oh, or that. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was too much blood. I'm pretty sure somebody got killed there. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years ago. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. This case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? I wonder.
That day was my last chance, and that's why I stole the detective's ID badge and dressed like him. Take out the evidence.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't look like Detective Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
Anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
But he was in charge of the security cameras. Couldn't he have just deleted it?
And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started to fill out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecution office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course.
No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, that would have been able to...
Okay. So who else came into the room that day? Who was 7777777?
Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
But he could, because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. I know who 77777 is. But you know, I'm not gonna say. Ooh, it's a secret. I know because I've played the game before. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape out of the areas that wouldn't get caught on camera. There wasn't a murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates that a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So, you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way, shape, or form to this case. I'd better take another look at the files. I pressed that. I pressed that. I didn't press this. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins? Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked out Officer Meekins and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't get caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make much of a difference, though. The security tapes erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left behind. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day... Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in this evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can't say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Oh, I can say for sure.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murderers, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned about this incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is the real reason. Yes, I already saw that. Yeah.
Do you know why?
I do know why. Because your brother. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right, and he was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under him. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. And that was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to public record.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in his fight.
A fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could have been reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as a Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, and he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day.
I don't know, that's still a lot of blood.
The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on in the police department.
Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. Now, I'm going to check something. We're going to check the autopsy report. Yeah, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m., okay? I'm quite sure that he didn't actually die at 5:15. I'm pretty sure he died earlier in the day. And my theory, my working theory, is, like, I'm pretty sure I'm right if my memory serves, is that he died in that evidence room, and a certain someone is the one that killed him. But I won't say who. We'll see.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
We won't see till next time, though.
But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. Drawer. All of the mysteries of the police department have been solved. No doubt about that. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony by Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. Not uncontestable. Incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
my response is objection. Oh, I was gonna say objection. Indigestible. Undigestible. I spoke myself.
I rest my case.
My single word is objection. It seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Oh, okay. Ada, ada. I don't know. Was that a good ara?
Ada, ada.
I use my mom voice.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
I'll even give you a complimentary hi, honey. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end by proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for a verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection!
Hold it, I was close.
Look who it is, little Emma.
Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a moment of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that you mention it, the names of both the Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with this crime.
That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found? You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue that we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
My guess? Do some blood typing. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
Oh! 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 That blood mark can't have anything to do with the time that Marshall was in there. It has to have something to do with something else. So the blood typing has to be related to something else. Like, it has to be somebody else's blood. It can't be Marshall's blood. Because the blue badger was in the way. Plot twist. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here.
Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now.
What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something missing?
I object! This handprint left at the scene of the crime clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange.
Take a good look at these floor plans.
Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on them?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use, like a certain brain-eating blue badger.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor?
I want to eat your brains for breakfast.
What about that piece of plywood?
The blue badger, the mascot for the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Well, I thought that was Detective Conan.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans on the crime scene. The blue badger is not here.
So?
So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where the blue badger was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker.
What?
So that means, just what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done. Oh, wrong voice. That was Edgeworth.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me like that. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean that this blood mark was left before the blue badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room.
Balderdash!
Blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. And Meekins' dumbass did not notice it. Of course he didn't. Meekins was just like, "Lee, I'm going to put the blue badger in here." Didn't report it, didn't see anything. His situational awareness is worse than mine when I'm playing Apex Legends. One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape, and it had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. Isn't there one game where he's in a giant badger costume? I don't think so. Maybe? Let's see. Meekins. Oh, yep, you're right. There's definitely a picture of him here in a giant blue badger costume. Oh, that's why. It's part of Ace Attorney Investigations, not the main Ace Attorney series. You have a keen eye for details, Nana. One truth prevails.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
Well, the Edgeworth games are on iOS and Android, so I do intend to play them eventually. We're gonna do the whole series. It'll take a long time, lots of content. So if you enjoy these, then you have lots to look forward to. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that doesn't mean the blood mark found on the locker. That doesn't explain. Why did I say mean? That doesn't explain the blood mark found on the locker. Truth be told, I only saw the original trilogy in its entirety and part of Apollo Justice. The two 3D games are really good. I really enjoyed them. So, those are great too. And then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. I think it's when 777777777777777 went in. Phoenix might be a goof, but when he gets on a roll, he goes hard. Yes, I agree. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize the defense's claim that
prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who's posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. It's gonna be the card records. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows, well, okay, what shows when the crime took place? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. The murder took place at 4:20. Blaze it. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room after that. Let's see, here at 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah, Miles Edgeworth! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought out. Oh my god. Oh my god. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out. It couldn't have been me. It couldn't have been him because he was getting a award at that time. He was on stage.
Nope. I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. Yes, that's also a point. Wait, no, he wasn't there. He did go there. Why did I think he couldn't have gotten it? Oh my god, I'm so dumb. That means the blood from the first crime scene was wiped away by the real murderer. And they did it fast. I wouldn't have had just 10 minutes to murder them. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean a crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777-7777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Obviously, he entered at the same time as 777-7777. Well, no, they're talking about the blood on the floor, and the Blue Badger came in after Edgeworth. The blood on the floor was a huge puddle, and it was cleaned up in the time between the two times. Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered alongside the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777.
That's 7 sevens!
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number this 777-777777. That, oh, 777-777777. I've noticed that happens randomly, like, it happens to random people all the time, it seems. I don't know what's up with that. I've noticed it over time every so often. To a few of you. So, I guess it's just Twitch being weird.
S17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a high rank.
Oh, the ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer is A. So, we don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection! But that's ridiculous! Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Objection! I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SO9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
Occasionally, we felt powerless of the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Could you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about. No! No! Order! Order! Order!
Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos of the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. That's a good place to stop. Now you see why I didn't want to stop previously. Cause, like, you can't just tickle my balls a little and then expect me to be okay with that. I need the whole thing. Okay, let's get some music to play out to. Ignore all this. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. I don't want sad music. Shh, shh. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Ignore all of this. Ignore it all. I'm not looking. I'm literally looking away from my monitor. Perfect. Okay. Such epic music to go out to. That, I think this might be my longest stream now. But it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing today. It was great. I hope you all enjoyed yourself. Thank you for coming. It was so fun. That's why I like this case. It has a lot of plot twists. Wait until we find out who 7777777 is. Oh, you're gonna be so surprised. Okay, let's see who's streaming today. Let's see if we can rate anybody. Woo! Thank you for the applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Project Melody is streaming. You wanna go see Melody? We'll go see Melody. Melody's adorable, and it looks like Mousy is in there with her too. Thank you for coming to my stream. And I'm looking forward to Mario Kart tomorrow, so everybody get ready. And Pokemon Snap, it'll be great. Okay, take care everybody. I love you all. I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Let's zoom. Hard eyes. I love you all. Bye, bye, bye.